Good evening and good afternoon. I'd like to call to order this special meeting of the Glendora City Council at 4 p.m. Tonight, we will be utilizing a hybrid meeting format. So those folks joining us on Zoom, we welcome you as well. All council members are present. Before I open the public comment time, I will ask the city attorney to read the closed session into the record. Mr. Winder.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council, and any who may be joining us virtually or in person. Council has a very busy special meeting agenda tonight, all of which involve closed session agenda items. The first agenda item will be to conduct the annual performance evaluation for the position of city manager. Following that, there will be a closed session in which the city council and the administrative services director will engage in labor negotiations with one unrepresented employee. That position is city manager. There will also be labor negotiations with the AFSCME bargaining unit and the GMA bargaining unit and the PMA bargaining unit. And finally, involving real property negotiations, the city council will receive a briefing regarding the Dale Road property and the properties that are identified by their assessor parcel number. And there are 4 such assessor parcel numbers which are printed in the closed session agenda. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. At this time, I will open public comment for those items on the closed session agenda. I do not have any speaker cards. Is there anyone on Zoom wishing to speak on these items?
No raised hand icons seen from Zoom participants, no emails received as well.
Okay, seeing none, then I will close public comment and convene the meeting into closed session at 4:02 p.m. Good evening. At this time, we're going to reconvene our meeting back into open session, and I'm going to ask our city attorney to report out on our closed session.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council, ladies and gentlemen joining us in person or virtually. City Council had a special city council meeting to confer on a number of items that are eligible for consideration in closed session. Those items were as follows. The city council tonight conducted the annual performance evaluation for the position of city manager. The authority to do that in closed session is Government Code Section 54957.6. The city council then conducted an annual negotiation with the city negotiators, the administrative services director, regarding labor negotiations with an unrepresented employee. The position is city manager. There was a privileged and confidential discussion of potential changes in the terms and conditions of the employment contract of the city manager. A tentative agreement regarding those matters were reached, subject to documenting the same in an appropriate amendment to the city manager's contract, which will come back for formal council action at a future city council meeting, likely December 13. The city council received the authority to engage in those negotiations in closed session is Government Code Section 54957.6. The city council also met with its labor negotiators regarding ongoing labor negotiations with AFSCME for the general employee unit, the Glendora Management Association, and the Glendora Police Management Association. Again, the authority to do that in closed session is Government Code Section 54957.6. There was a privileged and confidential briefing provided by the city's negotiators. Questions were asked and answered. Further negotiating authority was authorized. Lastly, the items that are identified for real property negotiation were not held tonight. And that concludes the closed session report. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. With that, I will adjourn our special meeting at 7 p.m. and we will begin our regular meeting in a few minutes. Good evening. I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Glendora City Council. All council members are present, and just a reminder to the audience joining us in person tonight, if you have a cell phone or other electronic device, just ask you to please put it on silent out of respect for those around you. And tonight we are very fortunate to have leading our invocation via Zoom, the one and only Pastor Bruce French of Cornerstone Bible Church. Welcome and thank you for joining us, Pastor French. And then tonight, leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance is our Assistant City Manager, Moises Lopez. Pastor French.
Thank you, Mayor, so much. Let's pray. Father, I want to thank you for the blessing that we have to have this city council that has such tender hearts and a sensitivity to the community and to the needs. And so I pray your greatest blessing upon them and upon Mayor Davis, orchestrate in their meeting, give them discernment and wisdom and understanding into the difficulties and the challenges and the complexities of the needs of the citizens and the people within our city. I do want to thank you, Father, for the rain that we have so desperately needed and this long, dry season, this drought. But I recognize those who have property and homes that are in danger. And so I ask for your protection over them this evening. And I pray for your care for the first responders, those that are on the scene, helping to deliver relief and to provide protection, guard them, watch over them, and care for their families. Father, I'd be remiss if I didn't take time to thank you for the men and women that are serving around the world to bring protection and care for our nation. We thank you for their lives. We pray for your care and comfort for their families while they're away. And we ask that you would guide them, pray for their superiors, that they would have wisdom, insight, and sensitivity to those that they lead. Of course, our minds are on the elections today. And as returns and information is coming in, I pray for peace in our community. I pray for trust in your sovereignty. I pray for your guidance for the leaders and those who will be elected through this term, that they would have the same care that our council does. And I ask that we would then see your hand in care over the citizens. I ask also, and last for them, that you would help each one of them, first of all, to be grateful for all that you've done for them, that they be mindful of the goodness that you have provided for our city. And I pray that they would contribute to that by being caring and considerate and loving to their neighbors. It's in your son's name I ask, amen.
Please stand if you're able, put your right hand over your heart and repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor French, and thank you, Mr. Lopez. That takes us to student reports. Tonight we have none. Takes us next to the reordering of or additions to the agenda. Does anyone wish to reorder the agenda?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to move item 17 to right after the public comment hearing, item number 4.
All right, are there any objections to that? All right, very good. Anyone else wish to make any changes? All right, with that, then it takes us to public comment. At this time, if you wish to speak on anything on or off of the agenda, I invite you to fill out a speaker card, or if you are on Zoom, invite you to use the raise hand icon and you will be called on. Do we have any speaker cards?
For general public comment, no, we do have some for the public hearings. Yes, and we have one.
Mr. Willett.
Good evening, City Council and Mayor. Thank you for allowing me to come before you this fine evening. I'm a little short of breath, so give me a moment here. Put everything together. Yes, we're having our election tonight. We only hope it's a fair and even election. We don't know yet. Some of the statements coming across aren't looking so well, but we'll have to just sit by and try and tolerate it. At the last meeting, we had a person talking about the homelessness, which is very tragic. And one of the situation is we had two council members that had a dust up over a school board meeting. You both know who I mean. You have a school board meeting, you want a particular date, go to Governor Newsom. Who supports him? Teachers Union. Now, Michael, you should have got on a plane the following day, went directly to Sacramento, right to Governor Newsom's office, and ask him if you could use what he used to use, Greyhound bus tickets. Give a ticket to the homelessness, leave San Francisco. That's what he used to do. He got away with it. You should go up there and ask. We need vouchers. We need vouchers. The particular lady that works for the city was outside talking to the lady that talked to you. And apparently she didn't explain the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. When the police officer came before you, you heard me in the background say Ninth Circuit Court of Appeal when he was speaking. You have to explain, the state of California is a progressive state. The Ninth Circuit Court of Appeal was under their beliefs as well. Everything's under Ninth Circuit Court of Appeal, progressive. What does the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeal say? The moment the officer walks up, talks to the person, he has to provide a voucher. You all agree? If you don't agree, you remember that one night, Michael, I brought it up, asked if the city attorney ever provided those documents to the city council. He couldn't answer. He had no evidence. The city attorney never answered. He did everything he could to bully me not to answer. The lady that was talking outside that works for the city didn't have a copy of the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeal. You should have a copy of the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeal right here to give out. So the people of Glendora understand what you're under. Now, where is the vouchers to give out? Are you giving 30, 60, 90, 120-day vouchers? Come on, let's talk. What are we doing, Michael? Go up to Sacramento and find out. If you can't get an answer there, then you go directly to the White House. Remember when he ran, Biden was supposed to take care of all homelessness. Michael. what
Mr.
did I
Willett,
get?
your time is up.
One statement. 41,000 homeless now in LA. 41,000. And we're getting all of that here. Go up to Sacramento, talk to the governor. Get vouchers to handle the homeless issue. Then ask for the state police to come down.
Okay,
They
Mr.
have
Willett,
them in Capitol. That poor lady her life was in danger. You heard that, Mayor.
Yes, sir, and your time is up.
I
very
thank you, but
much.
why didn't you ask Michael or yourself to go up to Sacramento? Do something.
Thank you, Mr. Willett.
Answer it.
Do we have anyone on Zoom wishing to speak at this time?
We do have one raised hand. There is only a phone number that's listed, 626-347 number. If we can ask them to unmute.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, can you please state your name? And you've got 3
My name-
minutes.
My name is Joseph. I'm a Glendora resident making a request regarding the City of Glendora's annual holiday home decoration show. Specifically, I'm requesting that the Glendora City Council take steps to have the Glendora Police Department provide safety and law enforcement patrols to the Glendora Light Show participant at 1128 Flamingo Street for the period of November 25th, 2022 to January 6th, 2023 from 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. daily. This is the period during which this participant holds their light show. I have 4 main reasons for this request. 1, increased traffic. 2, traffic violations. 3, illegal activity. And 4, City of Glendora civil liability if no action is taken. Over the years, during the Glendora Annual Holiday Home Decoration Show, increased traffic has been observed on Lorraine from Sierra Madre north to Saga. This traffic has led to blocked intersections on Lorraine at Palm, Flamingo, and Saga. Since the intersection at Lorraine and Palm is a main thoroughfare, this has affected the greater community. Resident driveways have also been blocked along these streets, preventing resident access. This in turn has led to unenforced violations of California Vehicle Code 22500 for blocking intersections, driveways, and double parking by vehicles watching the show. Residents have observed and reported drivers and occupants of vehicles watching the show with open containers of alcohol and no police enforcement of vehicle codes regarding alcohol. Occasionally, residents smell marijuana emanating from within vehicles parked at the show. Due to a lack of police presence, residents have observed children running through the street in front of vehicles and children hanging out of the open windows of moving vehicles. Should people watching the show become injured and sue the City of Glendora for their inaction, then the City of Glendora's inaction could become a civil liability and any litigation could become a financial burden for taxpayers and residents. Prior notifications to Glendora Public Works Director Allison Sweet and the traffic officer at the Glendora Police Department have not led to additional enforcement. Thank you for your time and consideration of this request. I look forward to hearing your response.
Thank you. Is there anyone else on Zoom wishing to speak at this time, or anyone else turning in a speaker card?
No other public comment cards that have been received for general comments and no requests via Zoom, no additional emails as well.
Hi, please come forward. Hi, Elizabeth.
Hello.
Welcome.
Okay, I've never done this before, so I apologize, I'm not as eloquent as some other individuals. But good evening. My name is Elizabeth Lopez. I am a Glendora resident. I am a combat veteran, served in the Army for 5 years. I have started my career passion with helping veterans at Citrus College, continued on at APU, helping veterans attain educational benefits. Now that I am out of school, I am working with a nonprofit called JVS. Started out as Jewish Vocational Services, now stands for Jobs, Vision, and Success. And my office is located in El Monte, which
Would you mind just speaking right into the microphone because you're
My
addressing
office is-
council? There you go.
sorry, my office is located in El Monte, and I wanted to bring those services here to the city of Glendora. Obviously, I'm a resident here. Azusa is starting to be involved with us as well to help our veterans here instead of having them go all the way to downtown LA, all the way to Patriotic Hall to receive services, specifically free training, free job training, free employment services, interview clothing, uniform attire for those veterans who are of age and capability to go back into the workforce. I am here to receive guidance on how to do that appropriately, how to do it officially. Does it need to be officially? Volunteering. I'm open to any requests. I'm open to giving my information to the city of Glendora as a resource. I'm here just to help veterans. I'm not asking for money from anyone. I'm not asking for anything like that. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for your service and thank you for your contact information. We will share that with the appropriate people. Anyone else on Zoom at this time before I close public comment?
No other requests have been received.
Okay, with that, I will close public comment and bring it back to the council for statements and reports. Councilmember Alawas.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick little shout out to the Kiwanians this last Saturday, which a lot of our city staff attended in Great Jubilee. There was close to 400 women vying for 20 designer bags. It was crazy. and the shout out to the Knights of Columbus who ran the event. It was a good, well-attended, and very extremely organized event. So my hat's off to the Kiwanians. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Friedendall.
Thank you, Mayor. And in honor of Veterans Day being this week and celebrations throughout the week by many civic organizations, thank you, veterans, for your service. Today at the Senior Center, at the LaFetra Senior Center here in Glendora, a wonderful program honoring our local veterans was held and sponsored by many wonderful organizations to help support them and offer services. So thank you to those sponsoring organizations, this LaFetra Center. And when you see a veteran this week, thank them for their service. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Thompson.
Madam Mayor, thank you. And David, thank you for the update on what's happening this week. Most of us have been able to vote. If you have not, you still have time. I think the polls are open till 8 o'clock. And I want to say thank you to those that have served, that have given us the chance to vote. And so thank you to each and every one of you that have done that. Is John Aguirre around? And I ask that because there's a brochure at my desk here that John Aguirre and his team are going to stuff a city bus with toys. That is November the 26th and December 3rd at the Walmart lot. So if you've never bought a toy and stuffed a bus, this is your chance to experience something that's brand new. I've never done that, so my wife and I are going to go down and we're going to buy a couple toys, and we're going to be able to stuff a city bus full of amazing toys that are going to be shared among people that live here that need that special lift during this time of year. There's all kinds of things. There's even things for big kids. That does not mean Gary and I, but bikes and board games and sports gear and trading cards. The only kind of trading cards I know are baseball and Pokemon, because my grandson loves that. And I see some people saying, yes, I know, I'm in the Pokemon thing too. So November the 26th and December 3rd, the Walmart lot from 9 to 3, bring some toys, and maybe we can stuff 2 buses. Now, Adam, do we have an extra bus that if we stuff the first bus by noon, that since you are the all powerful man here, that you could commandeer another bus to come down?
I'll tell you.
Hey, Stephen, Stephen's the.
I will tell you this: if you and your wife want to pay to pack a bus, we'll bring a third one in.
Oh, well, no, I didn't say we're going to.
That's what I heard. I think they all heard the same thing too, Councilmember.
I know, the Graves here. I mean, this is going to be like church. I'm going to start calling out folks that I know can bring gifts, and the chief is going to bring a gift, and Stephen Mateer is going to bring a gift. The council is going to bring a gift. City staff's going to bring. I mean, your heads are going up and down. So let's try to surprise John and stuff too. Wouldn't that be great? That's it.
Okay, we'll put you down for 1. Very good. All right, Mayor Pro Tem Boyer.
By the way, if you're buying toys, I have a list I could share with you because I'm not beyond taking a toy from Walmart. So, first off, I'd like to comment came up in public comment, and I got to point, the display on Flamingo. If you have not seen the Christmas display on Flamingo here in Glendora before, you need to check it out. It is amazing. And it's one of those things that it's this fabulous display. It's so welcoming by the community until there's an issue. And a comment was brought up. I'm just curious, Adam, do we know, because there's a lot of communities that will have huge displays like this out in Rancho, and I know Hastings Ranch has one, and security's provided. does the city typically provide that, or does the neighborhood provide that?
It depends on the organization in the city. Sometimes it puts it on. In Rancho Cucamonga, they had a lot of issue with daytime traffic and walking through. And so there's special event permits pulled and people pay for the closure they're in. So usually cities do a pretty good job of working with the organizations to make sure that there's no negative impacts and to make sure people have safe access. But it is a draw, and I know the police department is involved, and signage is put up that there are light shows ahead. So I know the police chief's here, and I know the public works staff's here. So, but typically cities do their best to work with those neighborhood groups that put on those shows.
Okay, and I know the homeowner that puts that on every year, he is very cooperative in trying to work with the neighbors and everything as much as he can. I also believe that he starts that display on December 26th every year to get it ready for the following year, because it's a huge project. The other thing I wanted to, first off, you mentioned everything going on Saturday. We had so much going on in town this past Saturday, but I want to give a shout out to the Glendora Coordinating Council, who put together holiday baskets for about 250 Glendora residents that they'll be sharing this coming Saturday to distribute those. But what was so amazing about this, I've been involved in the event. I volunteer a little bit from time to time, and this year I was more involved to see the production that goes on and the amount of cooperation that we get from the entire community. All of the schools in town do food drives in order to collect the food to put into all of these baskets. And there's so many different organizations. I think pretty much every organization in town had something to do with stuffing those baskets. So shout out to the residents of Glendora and everybody involved in that project. Mendel mentioned you still have time to vote. I just want to make a comment that the vote's going to be done in about 35 minutes, except for in Hawaii, in the entire country. Our elections, it seems like every couple of years we have this conversation, and they become more and more tenuous for all of us. And I think that my ask is that we need to understand that regardless of who wins the elections tonight, we all need to come out of this finding ways to work together. The people that don't think the same as I do are not bad people. We just have different ways of thinking of things, and we have to try to mend this divide that has come across our country. There's not a whole lot we can do, in other places, but we can do something here in Glendora. So my ask and my wish is that regardless of how the elections turn out tomorrow, that we all come back together as a community and be able to move forward to do what's best for the city of Glendora, state of California, and for the country. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. And this Friday, November 11th at 11 a.m., right out here by the corner, there will be a service to remember and give thanks for our veterans. So invite you to participate in that. And tonight I would ask that we adjourn our meeting in memory of El Monte Police Chief Ben Lowry. He died a few weeks ago unexpectedly, and his services will be next week. He was a Glendora resident and proudly served the city of El Monte and was also a contributing member of our community. And so I'd ask tonight that we adjourn our meeting in memory of Chief Lowry. And with that, I asked Mr. City Manager, do you have any announcements?
No announcements specifically, but a reminder before we're able to meet again, the holiday stroll and tree lighting is on the 18th. So we won't have a meeting before then, but a reminder that event's always well attended, and we look forward to seeing.
And the tree lighting is at 6:30. So we invite the public to join us for that. Mr. City Attorney.
Nothing, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
All right, very good. Then that takes us to special items. Tonight, we were going to have a presentation by Southern California Edison Representative Jeanette Soriano. But tonight, with the weather the way that it is, they had some power emergencies. So she is attending to that. So we are postponing that presentation. That takes us to our next special presentation. Tonight, the City Council will be presenting a proclamation in recognition of November 8th, 2022 as Law Enforcement Records and Support Personnel Day. And tonight we have our records supervisor as well as our two fabulous record specialist, and Councilmember Alawas will be reading that proclamation.
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas law enforcement agencies throughout the state depend on law enforcement records and support personnel to provide them with vital services. And whereas law enforcement records and support personnel are critical to helping law enforcement agencies identify, pursue, capture, and process suspect lawbreakers. And whereas these professionals continually use their expertise and experience to assist in tracking felons, maintaining criminal statistics, and improving apprehending strategies. And whereas it's important to recognize Glendora Police Department records and support personnel for their valuable contributions to the law enforcement system. Now, therefore, we, the City Council of the City of Glendora, do hereby proclaim November 8th, 2022, Law Enforcement Records and Support Personnel Day in the City of Glendora, and acknowledge the vital services that they perform every day. In witness hereof, the mayor has put her hand and caused the seal of the City of Glendora to be affixed this 8th day, November of 2022. And can I have both Julie and Nicole come on up? We want to take a picture up here. We'll take a picture first and have you say some nice words.
We just want to say thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. On behalf of the Glendora Police Department Records Division, we appreciate the gratitude and the recognition. Thank you for honoring Law Enforcement Records and Support Personnel Day. We love to support our police department here in Glendora and the community as a whole. So thank you very much for recognizing us.
And a shout out to your supervisor, Candy, who's hiding in the back. Thank you, Candy. All right, very good. That takes us to public hearings.
Yes.
And tonight, our first public hearing, did you want to make a
Yes, Madam
statement?
Mayor, on the abundance of caution and the advice of counsel, I am going to recuse myself on this item number 4 on the public hearing due to the proximity of my residence to the project.
Okay, thank you. All right, item 4, consider the appeal of Audrey Teasdale from Planning Commission Resolution number PC 2022-11, Development Plan Review, approval of architectural and plotting changes to homes proposed for construction and track 66608. And model build out and homes proposed for track 66609, and to eliminate 3 homes from the development phasing plan in compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We received during the special city council meeting, a lengthy legal argument from counsel for the appellant, which neither our office nor staff has had an opportunity to review. We're not even sure if the respondent applicant has been provided a copy of this communication. In light of the same, we're asking the city council to open the public hearing and continue the same to December 13, so that all parties will have an opportunity to review the latest submittals on behalf of the appellant. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, then I will open the public hearing and ask for council to continue.
Ask for a motion to continue the public hearing to December 13. Any who may be here to testify on that will be able to return on December the 13th and offer their testimony then.
Okay, thank you.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Sorry. So we can take a roll call vote. Councilmember Alawasa is recused. Councilmember Thompson,
Yes.
Councilmember Friedendahl,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyer,
Yes.
and Mayor Davis.
Yes.
That passes 4-0. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Then item 4 is continued to the December 13th meeting. At that time, we invite anyone wishing to speak on that item to please return on that date and your testimony will be heard. Thank you very much for being here tonight. Okay, that takes us to the reordering of the agenda. At this time, we will be reordering to item 17, update and possible appointment of applicant to fill unscheduled vacancy on the Water Commission. And I'll invite Deputy City Clerk, Records Manager Elvia Dominguez to report.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, council. At this time, I am here to give an update on a vacancy on the Water Commission. A vacancy was made known to the city clerk's office on October 20th that Commissioner Benjamin Armel would be resigning due to a new work position that required an open schedule. And a notice of vacancy was published, posted to the city, and we did receive at the close of the application deadline one applicant that is available here today. We're also recommending a few options for you to consider at this time, which include to either option 1, direct staff to extend the recruitment period and report back January 23, to direct staff to schedule a special meeting to conduct the interview. Since the number of applications received is equal to the number of vacancies, to conduct a brief interview of Mr. Thompson and appoint Mr. Thompson to fill the vacancy. Or option 4 is to, since the applications received is equal to the number of vacancies, waive the interview and appoint Mr. Thompson to fill the vacancy in the Water Commission. Like I said, at this time, Mr. Thompson has made himself available for an interview. I believe he said he was going to be here in person.
Yes, and he is. Mr. Thomas is here.
Thank you. And that concludes my report.
Okay, Mr. Thomas, would you like to come to the podium, please?
Yes, okay. Can you hear me okay?
Thank you. So would you like to briefly tell us why you would like to fill this position?
Sure. First, I'd like to thank Elvia for her help in getting me this far, and Chisholm, the head of your water department, for taking an hour of his time to explain the basics of how it works and where we are in our water conservation efforts. I am a PhD optical engineer. I spent 30 years working in the space program for NASA and national security space applications. I've lived in Glendora for 32 years with my wife. We've raised 2 sons through our fine school system. They've gone on to graduate school and professional careers of their own. During this time, we've served in the church, the United Methodist Church, in a number of capacities. I've been a youth sports coach for baseball and basketball. My wife's worked in the PTA and the library. But because of the long commutes that I had in my job and the frequent travel that I had, I've been unable to participate at the city government level. And now that I'm retired for 2 years, I'm looking for some way that I can use what I've learned over my career to be of help to the city of Glendora, particularly in areas where my background might be useful. And I think that the 2 most pressing long-term issues facing us today have to do with climate change and global warming. And the Glendora programs and water conservation and the way that we're handling the trash recycling are excellent examples of how we can go about dealing with that on a local level. And so I'm looking for a way to get involved at the local level in one or the other of those areas.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Friedendahl, any questions?
Mr. Thomas, thank you for your willingness to step up, learn, and share your expertises. Hopefully we have more water here than on the moon, but maybe they can get some here. I have no other questions. I read your application. I'm encouraged and would hope that we might lean toward option 3. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem,
No questions. Thank you.
Mr. Thompson.
Dave, thank you. And retirement's a wonderful thing. Sounds like that we probably retired around the same time, March of 2020, when the whole world chose to retire.
Yes.
I had trips planned, as I'm sure maybe you did, and those never came to, light.
Mhm.
As has been said, I read your app and I kind of looked you up, and Google could not stop saying enough about what you've done for America and for space. And I think we are very blessed to have you apply, and hopefully you'll be approved to help us to figure out some of the water things that we have. So I just want to say thank you for stepping up and putting your name here. And I certainly support you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Alawas.
I just have one question. Can we have our meetings at the Athenaeum over lunch or the breakfast? Brunch?
If I could get in, you could get in, but you have to be on the faculty at Caltech to get into
Don't
the
get
Athenaeum.
reciprocity being
If you
retired?
just work at JPL, no, if you're
I
retired.
might be able to help you there.
Oh, good, good. It's a great place to go.
Really a serious question on the optics that you have for the satellite data. Do you still have access to that as an alumni?
Well, I have the background in it. In particular, we worked on things called imaging spectrometers that allow you to go over and map the state of health of crops and things like that on the ground on a detailed pixel by pixel level. We did a lot of that at JPL. We also did a lot of that at aerospace, not for that reason, but for other reasons that I can't talk about.
You'd have to kill us, right?
Yeah, so I'm familiar with the way that we collect a lot of data that is used to determine the state of health of our agriculture and our water supplies and so forth. And that was something that I did in my job.
All right, thank you.
Mhm.
All right. Any other questions or comments, or anyone ready to make a
I'll move
motion?
to appoint Mr. Thomas to the Water Board.
I'll second.
Okay,
You.
very good.
Yes, that is a motion by Councilmember Alawas, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Boyer. We'll take a roll call vote. Councilmember Alawas,
Yes.
Councilmember Friedendahl,
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyer,
Yes.
and Mayor Davis.
Yes.
That passes 5-0. Congratulations. You are appointed to
you.
fill the vacancy, office number 5, term expiring June 30th, 2025. Welcome to the Water Commission.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your willingness to serve. All right, very good. That takes us back to item 5, our next public hearing. Consideration of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Glendora repealing section 21.03.100 of the Glendora zoning code regarding the regulation of antenna and adding a new section 21.03.100 for the regulation of wireless telecommunication facilities on private and non-right-of-way properties, repealing section 21.10.230.c.10 of the Route 66 corridor specific plan, and amending table 21.a.c, table C, permitted and conditionally permitted uses. And with that, I declare the public hearing open and invite Senior Planner Friedel to report.
Well, good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council, and I know that's a long title for this, this ordinance, so next slide, please. Okay, so for your consideration tonight is going to be on first reading is a hearing for a proposed ordinance regulating wireless telecommunication facilities on private and non-right-of-way public property in Glendora. And basically any property that's not the public right of way, because there's already an ordinance for that. So hence that title. It also includes the CEQA exemption determination. So in terms of next slide, please. Okay. In terms of background, in 2012 Congress enacted Section 6409, subsection A of the Middle Class Tax Relief and Job Creation Act to promote the deployment of 5G technology by streamlining state and local government review of requests to modify existing wireless facilities. Furthermore, in 2014, the FCC adopted rules and federal rulemaking really implementing that section 6409A. In response, the city adopted 6409A compliant ordinance governing small cell facilities in the public right of way in 2019. This will be for the rest of the city to bring it in compliance with that. That's sometimes known as the Spectrum Act too. You may have heard it called that as well in reference to the wireless provider. Next slide, please. Okay, so to sort of summarize federal law, cities must approve modifications to existing wireless facilities that do not substantially change the physical dimensions of the facility. The FCC goes on to define what constitutes a substantial change. So many percent taller, dimension wider, number of ground units, et cetera. And we can go into that a little bit if that comes up as a question. It also establishes, importantly, a 60-day shot clock for eligible facilities requests. So there's a sort of local agencies have a time limit by which they must act on these applications in a non-discretionary manner. Most of what we currently process here is these EFRs or eligible facilities requests, and those are the change outs of equipment. I'll show some pictures of what that kind of looks like. Bottom line really is cities under 6409 cannot prohibit wireless facilities in any zoning district, any part of the city. Next slide, please. Current zoning code section 2103-100 governs wireless facilities on private property and is out of compliance with 6409A and FCC rules. They are treated in our current zoning code as conditional uses with different tiers of discretionary review or approval, ranging from the director to planning commission level for the larger facilities. Section 21.10.230.C10 of the Route 66 corridor specific plan has its own design guidelines, hence the reference, for wireless facilities that will be superseded by the design standards in this proposed ordinance should it be adopted. Our current code also has some internal inconsistencies. It prohibits wireless facilities in residential zones. However, we have them in parks, which are zoned residential. So this will clean that up as well. Next slide, please. So really our intent with the new ordinance was to comply with applicable federal and state law, promote general plan land use goals calling for compatibility with adjacent land uses and between adjacent land uses, and be clear and efficient in terms of administration of this of wireless facility permits and building permits for wireless facilities. Next slide, please. Okay, so the new ordinance contemplates 3 types of wireless facility applications, which I'll talk briefly about each of those 3. So the first and most common, which I've already mentioned, is the eligible facilities request or EFR. If not making substantial changes to an existing facility or tower, these must be administratively reviewed and approved with the shot clock. EFRs are processed as a building permit, and we have been and are complying with federal law already with that. So they happen all the time. There's the tower, it's a monopine stealth facility in Finkbeiner Park. And those little antennas that you can kind of see at the top, we get applications for changing those out quite frequently. And really under these sort of definitions of a substantial change, if they are not really greatly expanding the dimensions of the facility and they're not defeating the existing stealthing. So we can ask, if they're green now, we can ask them to be painted green or have foliage camouflage on them, that sort of thing. Then that's processed. It has to be processed administratively through a building permit with that shot clock. And those requests come in. Most of the new antennas that we get building permits for are actually getting smaller. So the miniaturization of technology. So you might see 6 go to 5. The size of each one, the array might get a little bit smaller, that sort of thing. But that happens quite a bit, and the providers submit applications for that. Next slide, please. And I will mention previously those before this law would have been, through a amendment to that conditional use permit that would have gone to planning commission, but we're not allowed to do that anymore. Let's see, next slide. Actually, no, this previous slide, sorry. The second classification that the ordinance contemplates is what's called a minor wireless facility permit. And these cover what is termed small wireless facilities under federal rulemaking and definitions, and are basically those mounted on buildings or existing structures again, within certain parameters. As I mentioned earlier, we cannot prohibit wireless facilities in any zoning district. Therefore, we use a carrot and stick approach, which is pretty common with cities, to encourage these facilities in areas that will be compatible with nearby land uses. So we're basically encouraging them to be in areas that are not predominantly residential, that sort of thing. And there's sort of tiers of encourage to discourage locations. Basically, the residential zones are the discouraged ones, and existing buildings and more intense zoning districts, manufacturing, commercial, that sort of stuff are where we encourage these types of things to go. We would rather wireless, and most communities would rather the facilities be blended into the architecture of a building than a new tower being built. We don't have a lot of really tall buildings in Glendora, so we have a little of both. Minor wireless facility permits would also be subject to administrative level review. Next slide, please. And here's an example. Our design standards in the proposed ordinance would require that a new facility be, as on the right, it's just an example, blended into the architecture, something you probably wouldn't even notice if you drove by a building, versus on the left, which is kind of the old style where they would actually just sort of tack them on the exterior without any sort of architectural treatments or aesthetic considerations. So now they have to be sort of stealthed, if you will, into the building facade. And a lot of newer buildings, you know, hospitals, taller buildings, even something like you see it with clock towers like the one here. They actually design space behind the parapet walls and things for these type of facilities to go, because they get revenue from them, you know, for a commercial building or whatnot. And so you don't even know they're there when you're driving by or, you know, interacting with the building. Next slide, please. And here's another example from a church. This is Paso Robles, I think. On the church on the left was before, and then on the right they added the parapet corners, and those basically are to hide wireless facilities, and the church can get extra revenue from that, and most people probably would not notice that difference architecturally. It actually might make the church architecturally more interesting. Next slide, please. It's kind of a box before. All right, so the third type of wireless facilities permits are the macro cell facilities. Okay, so these are the biggest facilities. These will remain as in the current ordinance, and cities are allowed to do this, a conditional use permit process. So there will be that sort of public noticing, there will be go to planning commission. And it's very similar to the current code heard by the planning commission. Again, the main difference is now we'll introduce that sort of preferred and discouraged location. And so residential being generally the discouraged location, and more intense zoning districts, including parks, being preferred locations. We will require a 100-foot setback to residential uses for our new macro cell facilities through this major wireless facilities permit. And there is a height limit of 60 feet in there, although under the EFR stuff, they can put stuff a little taller than that, but there's really no way that the facility would get taller than 100 feet. So the setback typically is going to be the fall zone for a higher tower, even though with the current building codes, they don't fall over in the wind, that sort of thing. Next slide, please. And here's some examples of them. You know, a couple of months ago, Planning Commission, there was a conditional use permit extension for that faux water tower off of Elwood, sort of in the South Hills Park area on the left. So that one's currently under construction here in Glendora. And it's, you know, you'll see those in San Dimas too. They've got old sort of packing labels on them, so they can kind of be a placemaking component. So it's, you know, stealth. A lot of people probably don't realize that's a wireless facility tower. You know, the center one's the common one. There's mono pines, mono palms, mono just the one pole, and it's designed to look like a tree. There's mono eucalyptus ones I've learned, and all sorts of any kind of tree you could think of, really. And then on the right, I kind of enjoy that, you know, it's a desert environment, but then a lot of clock towers when you go to, you know, commercial centers or things and you see a clock tower or some sort of architectural element that's tower-like, it's typically something to do with wireless facilities. So those are some examples of stealth or sort of hidden facilities that don't just look like a utility pole or tower. Next slide, please. So at the Planning Commission meeting on October 4th, they recommended approval subject to some minor changes in consultation with legal. We did receive a letter, one letter for public comment from attorneys representing Verizon. And basically they did they generally, you know, appreciated some of the changes we were making. However, they did a review of our draft ordinance and requested that we make some changes and pointed some things out. We felt many of their suggestions were pretty good ideas, and we did make most of those changes and incorporated some of that into our ordinance. So with that, I think next slide. I'm here to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. With that, I will ask if there are any public comments on this, and then I'll bring it back to the council for questions and comments.
No requests were submitted for this, no raised hands during from the Zoom participants, and no emails have come in.
Okay, then I will close the public comment and bring it back to council. Councilmember Alawas.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. I have several questions actually, because we've been dealing with this for actually several years. On the staff report, it says, and you mentioned just a few minutes ago, that schools, churches, and places of assembly are discouraged. Why is that? And discouraged, but it's not, I mean, do we have any teeth in this?
So we actually, that could be an error. We changed that that's one of the changes in the red line changes between planning commission and city council. So we now have actually included those as allowed locations. So
Or staff reports incorrect?
that would be incorrect. So public schools and churches are allowed locations under this ordinance draft that's before you today.
So if someone has any health concerns or any concerns at all with 5G, because it is a different technology and, the federal government ruling, there is absolutely zero that the presidents or the community can do about it.
And I could defer to our legal counsel with it.
Yes or no? There's nothing they can do about it. Yes, the double
They
negative.
basically preempt local control on preventing 5G.
Thank you, counsel. Can we require them, as it is right now, if you go online to Ookla, 5G mapping, we have one location in town right now that has a 5G tower. It's in between, where is it? It's on Lorraine, in between Sierra Madre and Leodora. That's the only 5G tower apparently we have according to this map. Can we require them when they do this to put a mapping up so people know where these 5G towers are?
I think it depends, and I could defer to legal. I think it depends, my answer would be on sort of the nature of the application. If it's one of the non-discretionary applications, so the first two I talked about, the EFR are small. It's something we could look into requiring some sort of a map, but there's not a hearing portion. So something that could be interpreted as introducing a discretionary element for public comment or feedback on an item we're not allowed to be discretionary on, I think could be problematic. Now on the macro cell, so the tower, someone wants to do a new tower, I think in that sense, as that does require noticing, I think, and there is a conditional use process and a hearing, I think for those we probably could request a map.
Yeah, I would like to have that if is it all possible so the residents know exactly what's going on and where these towers are at, particularly if they start showing up in people's backyards on the power poles. And it says also, explain further your statement on the preemptive local aesthetics. And you briefly talked about that with your screening that you had there. Can you go into a little bit more? How much leeway do we have as a city to screen these things?
So with new facilities, we have design standards built into the ordinance that would require them to basically be, depending on the class of facility, of course, what would screen the tower, it's more of camouflaging it, right? Because it's 60 feet tall. But new facilities, so the smallest class, so the EFRs, those kind of things, we're not allowed to, in terms of sort of preempting local control, to require aesthetics that are beyond sort of the scope of what's existing on the facility. So if it's, and typically we ask and cities do. So for example, if there's some antenna array on a building now that are not screened, they're not painted to match, they're unfinished or something, we will still ask them if they put new ones on there to finish them to match the building. So let's say the building's beige, they typically comply. Technically, we really can't do that because there's no existing stealthing or anything there. So that's for like an eligible facility or small facility. Anything that's new, and most of the ones in Glendora are some degree of stealthing, they're painted to match, something like that. Anything that's a new facility, would fall under the design standards in this ordinance before you tonight. So it requires stealthing or screening or something like that. So if it's on it depends on kind of the situation. If there's ground equipment, they can screen that with a wall. If it's, the antennas themselves are all line of sight, so they're, up on a building or a tower or hill or something like that. If it's a new pole, so the macro cell facility, it'd have to be something that's either architecturally compatible, an art piece, like the faux water tower is a perfect example, a clock tower, something that's you have to work through that because there is that hearing process, a tree, monopine, an appropriate tree. You've seen them out in the desert where they don't belong. I think probably some of the more interesting ones would be where it's worked into a building facade. There's where you get some of the architectural stuff. So and I think that church example I put was a pretty good example of probably some back and forth with planning where they came up with an idea to add some articulation, and cities can do that. And they can put them behind those towers, et cetera. So cities have that ability to have some aesthetic control, but they have to basically have like objective standards. It has to be written in their ordinance, and it can't be sort of arbitrary, that sort of thing. And there's the shot clock with it as well.
So on your statement earlier, you said they can go up to 100 feet, but in the staff report, I thought I read 60.
60 feet, there's a 100-foot setback. So
Setback.
So we put that setback to residential in them. Typically the setbacks, some of the cities have them worded, they're 1 foot for every foot tall height of the pole. So it's kind of a performance metric. If it were to like fall over, if you have a 300-foot pole, it has to be 300 feet back. We have a height limit of 60 feet. So we just put that 100 feet. It's a nice round number. Also, we didn't want to create a situation where, because there are some in parks, like the one in Finkbeiner Park, where we have such a big setback that we make our existing ones non-conforming because there's residences around there.
We have that leeway to set that setback.
We could.
Okay. So that leads me into under item C, under applicability reference of private property. Does federal law supersede private property in these cell towers?
Well, we can't prohibit them, and I could defer to our legal on that, but we cannot prohibit them in any zoning district. We can discourage them in certain districts and encourage them in other places of the city. But I don't believe that we can say they cannot go under any circumstance in any part of the city.
But they also have to have the willing partner of the owners of that private property?
That's correct. They can't be like super forced on the city. And for example, or a private property owner, for example. And that's actually a good point. The ones that are, for example, on city property, like in the parks, they get a like owner's letter of authorization from the city to be there. And a private property owner, in that case, the city's kind of acting as two roles.
Can we refuse that as a city?
We could. We could. And so any property owner could too. Any commercial building could say, hey, we don't want this on our building, and that happens.
So Big Brother didn't reach that far yet.
No, it can't be, it can't be sort of foisted or forced on a private property owner. It's typically the private property owners go into partnership with them for the lease revenue, and then it becomes a matter of aesthetic standards and what we can and can't do under the code.
Last question for you on the shot clock on page 187. Is this based on the shot clock starts when they have a complete package to your standards submitted?
I believe so, yes. Yeah, it's when they submit to the city.
Right. Do you have a little leeway saying, hey, you didn't submit everything, we're going to start the clock over again?
Yes, yeah, if they don't submit what's a complete package, I think that's correct. Yeah. Yeah, most of these, so the EFRs and the small cells are basically going to be a building permit. So they submit for a building permit through our current building permit software. So it's an electronic submittal. And planning will be looking for that owner's letter of authorization. They have a right to be there, of course. And then second, we require basically color elevations showing before and after, before and proposed. And we're looking at the stealthing, that it meets the definition of an EFR, if it is an EFR, in terms of dimensions and stuff. And that it's not defeating the existing stealthing or camouflaging for the facility. And then B, if it were to small cell facility, we don't do very many of those where they add them on buildings, because again, there's not a lot of tall buildings here. I don't know that I've processed one in a year and a quarter of
But they
being here.
can go on Edison poles.
They could, but in terms of those, it would still be that same sort of, so if they don't have the stuff we need, which is actually pretty common, then we mark it as incomplete and needs corrections, and then the shot clock would start over.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Thompson.
Hans, thank you, and I appreciate the input. Michael asked most of what I was going to ask. So, could a person go out, solicit one to be put on their home to garner some revenue?
So,
You said, discouraged.
yeah, so.
That's a really fancy wiggle word.
So cities can't prohibit them in any zoning district. However, because residential is our most like residential only zones, it's not to say like a mixed use building in the future or something. It's going to have, commercial. If it's not, I think we're talking probably about a private residence here. In that case, that's our most discouraged location. So they would basically, and again, homes are typically not going to be tall enough for the line of sight, or houses here for the line of sight issue to work for them. They would have to conduct basically a pretty extensive study with maps, of course, showing that there was no other viable location within like a 1/4 mile radius that they could put that on that was more preferred to us. And that could include like right away parks, commercial buildings, a church steeple.
But it could be done.
If that was the only
Worst
way,
case.
the worst possible
It
case
could be.
scenario,
Okay.
that could happen.
There's a
I've never seen one on a house before, so that's pretty rare
okay.
that would.
Well, there's a
happen.
church here in town that has a very tall bell tower that I think would be a perfect space that would cover a lot of area, but
It would help with cell service too.
yeah, it would help with cell service. So, any guesstimate on the number of these that are going to start to pop up? I mean, with the way cell phones and wireless is going, do you think that we'll acquire another 10 or 20 in a year, or is it going to be 100 sites?
I wouldn't think anywhere near that much. I mean, the last macro cell or big, like a tower facility. So again, the EFRs or the change out ones, those happen all the time. We do a lot of those. You don't notice them because they're just changing. They're usually getting smaller, so they're getting less noticeable. As far as new macro cell facilities, so the new towers, that sort of stuff, I think currently in terms of city ones on city property, there's like 11. I think 11.
I think there's one up by American Little League, because for about a week, my cell phone was just bad.
Oh,
And I think they were kind of wrapping that tree cell tower thing up. So
there's like 11 city ones. There's a few on some buildings and some more like intense areas,
Okay.
sort of over by Arrow, stuff like that. I've seen just driving around. There's a few other towers on private property. There's one over like on South Lone Hill. So, the only one in the last couple of years that we've processed is that faux water tower off of Elwood in
Okay.
South Hills Park. So not a lot of the new macro facilities. What they try to do, and the ordinance encourages this, is co-locate on existing facilities. So typically more effective for them than building and spending the money to get rights to some land, build a new. So they try to just locate, and we want them to do that. So if there's an existing tower, you might have 2 tenants on it. You might have Sprint and AT&T or
Yeah.
something like that. T-Mobile now and AT&T.
Okay. All right.
So
Thank you.
I wouldn't
And,
think so.
there's really nothing that we can do. We have to do this, right? I mean,
There's still elements of, local, in terms of the types of applications, the shot clocks, no, there's not much you can do. But in terms of, we could make the setback 200 or 300
Yeah,
feet or something
no.
like that, but then it's going to make the parks impossible to
Yeah.
put them on. So, so there's
I'm
things
good.
like that.
I think you've done a good job. So
Change the height, you can make the height limit taller, or we could have, we don't have to have a
No, I don't
static
want it
limits,
taller.
things like that. So.
good. Thanks.
Ms. Friedel.
Thank you, Hans. I recognize the value and the need for this, but I have a mixed opinion on it. One of the items in the packet discusses the potential of 5G being put on each light pole in town or power poles along the thoroughfares. And I greatly object to that oversight. I wouldn't be a fan of that at all. And if that was a condition, I'd probably vote no on this. The cleaning up and making the larger tower, that makes a lot of sense, but to facilitate and allow the systems to do whatever they're going to do, following us around by traveling line of sight down from every pole to every pole, I ask, is that an option and can we say no?
So this ordinance, and I think there's a couple of things there in that sort of to unpack there. So we currently have a different ordinance, which governs these in the public right of way. So all your utility poles, street lights, all that sort of stuff, I think kind of talking about, that's a whole separate ordinance, hence the title for this one. So that is allowed, and Public Works can do, there's license agreements, there's certain cities have to allow those in the right of way now, basically under the federal law. This ordinance is in our zoning code and only regulates private property and non-right of way property. So for that to be the case, it would have to be a street light or telephone pole or something on private property that's like a sign or something that's not in the right of way. So that would be that most of that type of stuff, them being like on every signal or pole or whatever, that's going to be a right of way issue. And on the Public Works, their ordinance, which was the one that was done in 2019, I think I said.
So we've already lost that battle.
We pretty much.
Okay, thank you. No other questions then.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I got one question that hasn't been asked yet, and I think it's going to be a question to Bill. In Glendora, we have a lot of neighborhoods where we have the power lines going behind homes, on the property lines behind homes. Do you know if the easements, the utility easements that are granted to the utility companies for those would supersede a private property owner's right to have a say in something being built in that location? Okay. Yeah, because we have a lot of lots that are large enough that could actually be located on one of those
So
poles
the
and still be
utility
100
right of
feet
way,
away from the house.
the utility right of way is typically to provide a utility, not necessarily a wireless telecommunication facility. So you'd want to look at the language of the easement.
Okay,
Good question. Don't know the answer.
do you
to that.
know, are those easements typically standard throughout an entire community or?
Pretty standard, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, well, I think that'd be a good idea. That's the only question I had. Thanks, Hans.
And I have one of those poles behind my house, but it's not 100 feet. So. All right, very good. Well, thank you so much for your report and answering all those questions. Anyone ready to make a motion?
I'll move the item.
I'll second.
Thank you. That is a motion by Councilmember Alabas, a second by Councilmember Friedendahl. I'll take a roll call vote. Sorry, that is to introduce for first reading ordinance 2071, entitled an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Glendora, California, repealing section 21.03.100 of the Glendora zoning code regarding the regulation of antenna and adding a new section 21.03.100 for the regulation of wireless telecommunications facilities on private and non-right-of-way properties, repealing section 21.10.230.c.10 of the Route 66 corridor specific plan, area-wide guidelines, and amending table 21.a.c, table C, permitted and continually permitted uses, plan 21-0043. Also to schedule a second reading and adoption of the ordinance on December 13th, and to direct the preparation of a summary ordinance for publication pursuant to Government Code 36933 and Resolution CC 2018-40. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. And then also to determine that the ordinance is not subject to CEQA. Roll call vote. Councilmember Alawas.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Friedendahl.
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyer.
Yes.
And Mayor Davis.
Yes.
And that passes 5-0. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That takes us to our next public hearing, item 6. Introduction and first reading of an ordinance revising sections 5.04.090 and 5.08.050 to chapter 5.04 licenses and chapter 5.08 license taxes of Title V Business Licenses and Regulations of the Glendora Municipal Code. And with that, I declare the public hearing open and invite Senior Accountant Phelps to report. Hello, welcome.
Hi, thank you, Madam Mayor, and good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. As said, my name is Ryan Phelps. I'm the senior accountant here at the city. This is the first public hearing in regards to the business license ordinance update. And despite the fact that I'm bringing this to you on November 8th, the municipal code changes we are recommending can be changed outside of an election period and can be passed with your approval, as our recommendation does not change the tax. It just changes our administrative process. In June of this year, Senior Accounting Technician Alicia Suniga presented on business license customer service enhancements and reviewing changes to the business license ordinance. With your approval, we began kind of taking a closer look at our municipal code, as well as reviewing and implementing some process improvements to enhance our customer service. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry, can you go back one? Yeah. No, sorry, going back towards the beginning. There we go, thank you. So one of the codes that was brought up back in June was chapter 5.04.090, issuance when permit is required as a prerequisite. We reviewed the section and ultimately it was deemed just unnecessary, as our code specifically states that the business license is a receipt for payment of the tax. And our normal process requires that a business license is issued before a permit or before a permit can be issued. But this section of code says that the permit is required before the license. So there's a little bit of a contradiction in terms specifically to this code. And so we believe it's unnecessary, a little confusing, and we recommend repealing it in its entirety. Permits are the regulatory authority. So in this instance, to have the license be regulatory is kind of counterintuitive to our process. It was brought to our attention that there may be some concern that by repealing this, businesses may have the idea that the business license is kind of granting authority, like they no longer need the permit. So to make sure, I went ahead and I had conversations with everyone that's part of the business license reviewing process. So I spoke with our planning department, our building department, and code enforcement to find out if repealing this ordinance would cause any problems in their review process. And they assured me that it doesn't. All applications that come across, they look to make sure that there isn't any need for zoning forms or, different permits to be able to be used. So repealing this section does not remove the necessary checks and balances that are in place. The other code that we took a closer look at was the chapter 5.08.050, which is failure to pay or penalty. And we recommend repealing and restating the ordinance to closely match those of our surrounding cities. This relieves a cost analysis burden, but also reduces the impact of penalties to late tax payments. Next slide, please. So just to do a little bit of a comparison with our current existing code, once they're 1 day late, there's a 25% penalty tacked on, and just 1 month later, an additional 25% penalty is added. And then anything after that, we look at actual administrative costs, which can total up to an additional 50%, obviously bringing our maximum penalty to 100%. We're recommending is to charge a 10% penalty on 1 day late, and then 10% penalty every month thereafter, up to a maximum of 100%. And this is what a lot of other cities surrounding us are currently doing. So just to also kind of make a comparison between the two, essentially in a month and 1 day, the taxpayer would be incurring a 50% penalty, whereas with the recommended code and with other cities, it would take 4 months and a day to incur that same 50% penalty. And the actual administrative cost is quite a cost analysis burden that sometimes is a little hard to track down and substantiate. And so just keeping the code a little bit clearer allows the taxpayers to have a better idea of if they continue to wait to pay, what their cost is going to be, versus with our current code where it's not really clear what that actual administrative cost might come to be. Next slide, please. So I would also like to address some of the process improvements that we've been making, as well as some that are currently in the process of implementation. One is the license tax true up. This is a process we've been working with HDL to be a little bit more cemented and a little bit smoother of a process. But right now, when a business license applicant applies, they estimate what their revenues are going to be. And from that, the tax is then calculated of what's owed at that time. But then at the end of year one, HDL will reach out to the business, determine what their actual revenues were. figure out what the tax is going to be, and then whatever that difference is gets rectified. So if there's an overpayment or underpaid, it's all rectified. Another thing we worked on was the online application process. Once a business license applicant gets to the page, we want to encourage them to go ahead and go through the online process, as overall it's just much faster. But on that same page, we actually had a paper file that they could download. So we are working on removing that from the website to encourage people to go through the online process, as it is just faster. And then there's actually a third one that popped up just in this last week. So I wasn't able to get it onto the presentation in time, but we did have an application workflow enhancement. So with the current process, once the online application is submitted, it gets forwarded to the city for review and approval. And then once that's approved, it goes back to HDL. HDL then calculates the invoice, sends it to the applicant. When the payment comes back, then they issue the license. With this new process, what we're going to be doing is once they've submitted all their documentation, it goes to the city for review and approval. But at the same time, they also send out the invoice just to help slow down this one piece at a time, do things simultaneously, as there's no ill effect to doing so, just to help speed up the process. And I would like to reassure the council that we are also looking at other sections of the code that may need updating, as well as further process enhancements, as we strive to find the best customer service experience for our business license customers. Next slide, please. So at this time, we would like to recommend that council approve moving forward with the amendments of Chapter 5 of the Municipal Code. And I'm open to any questions you may have. We also have a couple members from HDL, Sheila Farias and Ian Davis are also available for questions.
And I see that you're trying to take Kyle's comedy humor title with the
I'm not
cats and election.
I'm not as nearly well practiced as he is, but
No, but you're making
I'm
a
the
good run
apprentice.
for
Yeah.
it. Yeah, I think his title is in jeopardy tonight. So thank you. All right, with that, I will invite the public to give testimony.
No cards have been received, no requests via Zoom, and no emails.
Okay, then I will close the public comment and bring it back to council. Mr. Friedendahl.
Thank you, Ryan. Great presentation and great work to clean up the mess, if you will. So good job, and I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
No questions. Thanks.
Councilmember Alawas.
Great. Do I get all your guys' time?
No. No, that trend is to continue. No question, no question, no question.
I'm sorry, not going to work this time. I'll try and make it quick. We had this discussion this morning about some businesses, you provide an estimate up front for the taxes of what they might have based on revenue. But are you going to try to work on that extending to regular businesses that just have a standard like $70 fee or whatever what that estimate would be, and then you go back and you review it and you give them a final invoice? Will there be an estimate that you're going to be working on in the future?
That's something that we can discuss. I haven't really been part of conversations how to address that specifically, but it's certainly something that we should take a look at.
Because when you go through in the boxes and you check everything, then if you check the wrong one, it can give you a crazy number, perhaps. Maybe it will trigger you to say, maybe I checked the wrong box.
Okay.
And so at least they have an idea. So that would be, it's an ask, and I've asked staff about in the past. How do we verify that the communication has been occurring on a renewal so you don't miss that window and you get tagged with a penalty?
Yeah, so we've had discussions with HDL specifically regarding that, and they have told us that in their system they have records of emails that they send out, as well as mailers that go out to these businesses for renewals. So they do have record that action is being done and that items are being sent out. And so we've had some people who said, I never received it, and that could be that they moved or something and they didn't update the address. And so HDL then has difficulty getting a hold of the business, and there can be other steps followed up after that, but they do keep records of all that.
Well, they keep records, but how do you communicate with the business owner that they're maybe that they've sent out? Do you send out now renewal notices via mail, email? And then is there a follow-up to that if they're approaching a delinquency date?
Yeah, so I know that with the renewals, And I know we have. Yes,
Come on up.
if one of them would like to come up, I don't want to necessarily speak for them, but in our conversations.
I don't bite, but maybe Mendel does.
Oh, okay. I only encourage as much as I can. Thank you very much. I'm Ian Davis. I'm with the HDL companies. And so the way we communicate with the businesses on just like a day-to-day basis, I would say, they get a notice about a month and a half before the renewal comes up to, right? Which is like just an initial online renewal notice. It tells you can renew online. Here are the steps.
Is that via email or? regular
That's via
post?
post mail, right? And then at that time, we may receive, some sort of return mail, right? That will say like they have a bad mailing address or whatever the case may be. Immediately after that, if they have an email on file, we send a follow-up email trying to get an updated, like a mailing address of some kind. Immediately after that, if there's a bad email address, which can totally happen, we do some investigation on the compliance side, where we basically try to identify through multiple different services, either on the governmental side. So let's say sales tax data, Secretary of State data, property tax data, whatever can kind of show us whatever business presence is there. We also have private databases that kind of track business activity throughout the city. And we try to identify whatever potential mailing addresses or email addresses that we can use to contact the taxpayer at any particular time.
Does our city manager have the ability to abate late fees if there is an erroneous error?
So what we had explained previously is the code doesn't say, so it doesn't say we can't do something like that. So if the issue arises, we do.
Great, it's on record now.
It's been on record the last time you asked a question at a council meeting too.
Repetition doesn't hurt.
But
Careful what you wish for.
If you're late with your payment, he can also deny that too.
Last question for you. So for those tech inhibited folks that you can no longer have the pull down paper.
Yeah.
Is there any other remedy to that besides online?
Yes, so there are multiple different methods. So one is that you can actually call in and do an application over the phone with a representative. That process is not recommended just because there's always going to be the people that may just misinterpret something over the phone. We'd rather have things on paper and registered. We do record all of our phone calls just in case anything like that ever happens, but it's just recommended that they actually fill it out on their own. The other alternative is that we can mail and or email someone a copy of the application if it just gets to that point where, like you said, they're technologically challenged. Yeah.
So those two options, are they in our staff, not in our staff report because it's not there, but anywhere in the documentation for people to know? Did they do that?
So yes, it's actually, there's a couple different versions on the website that just kind of point to it. It says either call us if you have any questions about any application processes. Their renewal notices if they're someone that actually is still like already an active business. Also, there's just, I would say, public information. If someone decided to walk down to the city, there's I believe a flyer that basically just gives all general information on how to contact us.
Can you get paper applications at the city desk?
But we can, yeah.
Can?
I mean, typically when we give the flyer to either call or apply online, that's always kind of been sufficient. At least since.
No, we don't have any paper applications to hand out. We would direct them to contact HDL to get that information. That way we're not constantly dealing with version control or anything for data.
Yeah.
So the answer is no then.
Would have the most recent version.
Okay.
We really prefer that people fill out the online application. Similar to electronic deposit. We require, it's similar here.
You can still go to the bank and deposit. Thank you, gentlemen.
Yeah. Thank you.
Nothing.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
Mayor, I do have, I'm sorry, Michael got me started. I'm working from memory here. I believe it was SB 205 in which we're required to verify wastewater discharge permits. Is that something that we do at the city level or does HDL do that for us? Do we know?
I don't know if Allison stepped out, but we definitely do verification through the business license process. There's a process. We identify certain businesses. You can provide some of the details there.
Yeah. So their SB 205 was a hectic bill that was kind of passed very steadfastly at the very least. And basically, so we've updated all the websites, updated all the applications, updated all the renewals for any legal standing that we were required to do. Every year, the taxpayer is required to fill out their SIC code, which is just basically a business classification code. It stands for a standard industrial classification. That code section determines whether or not you're actually regulated by SB 205. Once that information is collected and we inform the business on how to collect it, but it's actually not the city's responsibility to regulate SB 205. It's the
And,
city's responsibility to educate the taxpayer on how to do it and how to contact and collect the information if they have like some sort of permit number for the SB 205 and or if they have a certificate of clearance, basically, that shows that they don't actually need to follow the regulation.
Just for clarity, and maybe you know off the top of your head, SB 205 was the Hertzberg law, that I believe that's correct. It specifically calls out SIC code in there, right?
Correct.
Not the more advanced code structure.
Yes, yeah, SIC codes is the only thing it actually is followed under.
Okay, thank you.
That was it. Thanks.
Madam Mayor, I have another follow-up question since he just said that.
Okay,
Okay.
brief.
So on your application process, this is as a point of history, I had just renewed mine not too long ago through the online process. I'm a consultant. So I did the SIC code for the consultant, but it required me to have a water certificate,
Yeah, so
an error in the system somehow.
yeah, so it's usually not an error in the system, it's an error in the SIC code selection, right? So because the SIC code selection is actually supposed to be filled out by the taxpayer, sometimes, for an example, you might put in consultant and it might be, the SIC code might say consultant, comma, something, something, something. If it's not very specifically like management consulting or whatever the consulting business might be, it might fall under a regulated category. What you can do, or whatever any taxpayer may do, I believe there should be like a little pop-up. It will be like in red that says contact us if you have any questions. We can actually provide you with the correct SIC code in order to get you through the process.
So that button is still there on that application
Yes, it's still in there on the application and the pop-up is as well.
and it has to be there by law.
Yes, it does.
Thank you.
Operator error. Okay, so do we have,
Stumble that, Mark.
with that, do we have a motion?
I would so move.
I will second that.
That's okay. We already have a second.
Thank you. That is
I did.
Of course, discharge.
That is a motion by Councilmember Thompson, a second by, was it Councilmember Friedendahl?
Yes.
That's correct. Thank you. I'll take, that is to waive full reading, read by title only, introduced for first reading. City Council Ordinance 2072 entitled an ordinance of the City Council amending sections 5.04.090 and 5.08.050 to chapter 5.04 licenses and chapter 5.08 licensed taxes and title 5 business licenses and regulations of the Glendora Municipal Code. I'll now take a roll call vote. Councilmember Alawas.
Yes.
Thank you, Councilmember Friedendahl.
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyer,
Yes.
and Mayor Davis.
Yes.
And that passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that takes us to the consent calendar. Items 7 through 16 can be approved through one motion unless anyone wishes to pull any of those items.
Mayor, I'll move items 7 through 16.
There a second?
Second.
I have a question on 12, the lighting poles. What's the finish on those going to be? Are they black, silver, colorful?
What would you like the finish to be?
Chrome, no.
We're opting for UCLA colors.
Oh. Do you know how tall the poles are?
Thank you. I was a little slow last time, so. I know. It's the humor courses we're all taking, yeah. They're gonna be green, so they'll match the color of the poles, like the light poles in the village.
Thank you.
We asked all 4 vendors if they made them. And they do not make any decorative poles. They are gonna make or the one that we selected in the staff report, they can make a decorative attachment where the shade sail attaches to the pole. So that'll have a decorative detail to it.
Thank you. All right, so we have a motion and a second.
Yes, that's a motion by Councilmember Alawas, second by Councilmember Thompson. I'm going to take a roll call vote. Councilmember Alawas,
Yes.
Councilmember Friedendahl,
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyer,
Yes.
and Mayor Davis.
Yes.
That passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and we've already dealt with item 17, so that takes us to new business, item 18. First reading and introduction of an ordinance adopting the 2022 California Building Codes and Building Official Colette. Welcome.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm David Colette, I'm building official for the city. The purpose of this agenda item is the first reading and introduction of the ordinance adopting the 2022 California Building Codes. Next slide, please. So every 3 years, the California Building Standards Commission adopts and publishes new codes that govern the design and construction of buildings, associated facilities, and equipment. Local jurisdictions such as the city are required by state law to enforce these codes. The new building codes become effective January of 2023. And staff recommends that the council introduce for first reading an ordinance entitled, an ordinance of the city of Glendora, California, adopting the 2022 editions of the California Fire Code, California Building Code, California Existing Building Code, California Historical Building Code, California Mechanical Code, California Plumbing Code, California Electrical Code, California Residential Code, California Green Building Standards Code, and California Energy Code, including selected dependencies thereto, by reading the title only and waiving further reading. And number 2, to direct the preparation of a summary ordinance for publication pursuant to Government Code Section 36933 and Resolution CC 2018-40. That is basically it.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Mayor Pro Tem,
No questions.
Councilmember Friedendahl,
No questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Michael?
Councilmember Thompson,
David, thank you, and I support this.
Councilmember
I'll
Alawas.
be good. No questions.
Okay, very good. Thank
Got to
you.
pass.
Thank you. very
Thank you,
much.
Mr. Colette.
Thanks.
All
David
right.
can come give every presentation from this point forward. Thanks.
Yes.
All right, I will entertain a motion.
I'll move the item.
Second. I will second.
Thank you. That is a motion by Councilmember Alawas, second by Councilmember Friedendahl. And that is to introduce for first reading ordinance 2074 entitled an ordinance. Do I need to read the whole thing? I don't need it. This is administrative. He read it for us. So thank you, David, for that. Okay. I'll take a roll call vote. Councilmember Alawas.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedendahl.
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyer.
Yes.
And Mayor Davis.
Yes.
That passes 5-0. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That takes us to item 19. Award a contract services agreement to Waterwise Consulting, Inc. for executing programs, performing surveys and installation as part of water conservation project in an amount not to exceed $210,623. And tonight, Senior Management Analyst Ackerman and Management A. De Jesus to report. Welcome. Oh,
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Unfortunately, Russell Ackerman cannot join us tonight. He did have a family emergency, so I will be running the report today. All right. Let's see. So the Public Works Water Conservation Section is seeking to hire Waterwise Consulting to assist us in conducting a water use efficiency audits, we also call them WEEs, to perform rebate inspections and even make irrigation system upgrades to residential, commercial, and institutional properties. Next slide, please. So a little background on Waterwise Consulting. They have performed over 55,000 residential water surveys, over 5,000 large landscape surveys, over 2,000 commercial, industrial, and institutional surveys. They've inspected over 4,000 water saving devices, such as toilets, urinals, weather-based irrigation controllers, irrigation nozzles. Yeah, next slide, please. Water use efficiency audits are designed to provide residents and business owners with conservation tips and techniques for interior and exterior water use as well. These audits are conducted either virtually or in person, and all property type customers are eligible. The in-person surveys are more popular than the virtual ones based on our numbers, with people being more comfortable with COVID now. Next slide, please. They also offer irrigation retrofits such as smart irrigation controllers, high efficiency nozzles, drip irrigation, and all property types are eligible. Next slide, please. The financial impact. So currently at $2 million has been allocated into the Water Capital Improvement Program for community conservation projects in the 2022-23 fiscal year budget. There is sufficient funding available in the water CIP project to fund the appropriation in the amount of $210,623. The total compensation for the services shall not exceed the contract sum. Next slide, please. Waterways Consulting will perform all the work on the rates on the rates shown below. So staff has asked these type of services. Doesn't mean that we're going to be using every single one of them, but just in case, if need to, we have the ability of asking for their assistance. Next slide, please. So I'm just going to give a brief overview of our water conservation program updates and how we're doing with our reduction numbers. So next slide, please. Starting with our rebate program, in this slide, you can see the breakdown of how many items and the type of items that we've rebated so far in the first quarter of the fiscal year. So the most popular item during the first quarter is the irrigation controllers, and they came in just in time for this weather that we've had in the past couple of days. So far, so this is the most popular, and we received 22 applications for this one. Next slide, please. So in the first quarter of the fiscal year, we did rebate over 7,000. They're a little, I'm sorry, go back one time. So in the first quarter of the fiscal year, we rebated over 7,189 with $44 worth of items. And these were they were 58 applications, and 100% of these were physically impacted or inspected to verify that the items were installed. And that's 18% increase compared to the last year. Next slide, please. Actually, that was that slide. I apologize. So next slide. Our water use efficiency surveys. So in the first quarter of the fiscal year, we performed 35 water surveys. These were 5 addressing issues related to high water or abnormal water usage. 15 were concerning constant consumption notifications that they received from the city. And 15 were requested needing assistance to adjust irrigation controllers due to the new regulations that we adopted. That's a 45% decrease compared to last year. So next slide, please. Our turf retirement program, during the first quarter of the fiscal year, we approved 15 projects. Approximately 8,303 square feet have been allocated for removal so far. Our 4 projects were completed, and we rebated over $12,000, 35 back to our residents. As of today, 21 residents have completed their projects, and currently we have 43 active projects that are waiting completion. This is an example of a recent completed project showing the before and after. So they relatively completed the project really fast within a couple of weeks. Next slide, please. Our turf retirement program flyer, everyone has most likely received it in the mail. So we did send this out in the mail in September, and it went out to every single Glendora Water customer promoting the turf retirement program. Staff received an overwhelming amount of calls and residents interested in the program, and we are still receiving those calls today, just on this sending out this flyer alone. So on a side note, staff has received many compliments from our residents thanking council for having these type of programs available to them, especially for accepting artificial turf as part of the program, being that the Metropolitan Water District does not accept artificial turf. And I would say 9 out of 10 applications that we receive are artificial turf, a request for that. So a big thank you from all the residents that I've spoken to so far. Next slide, please. Our non-functional turf. So on June 16th of this year, the State Water Board approved a new regulation prohibiting commercial, industrial, and institutional properties for using potable water or irrigating non-functional turf, also called NFT. Non-functional turf is defined as ground cover surface of mowed grass that is ornamental and not otherwise used for human recreational purposes. Staff mailed this flyer to our commercial, industrial, institutional water customers, including HOAs as well, advising them of the new regulation. A few properties have already started complying with the regulation, but staff will follow up with those resident or those customers that have not. So we do have a plan B to start being more tactical and starting to go to each customer and starting to let them know of what are the possible consequences if do not comply, but there is options for them to apply for rebates as well, so they can start complying with that. Next slide, please. For social media posts. In August, Metropolitan Water District released a press release, which was broadcasted all over the news in Southern California regarding the regional call to limit outdoor watering due to the upper feeder shutdown. The regional outdoor watering requirement was strictly for those customers that solely relied on purchasing water from Metropolitan Water District. Glendora does occasionally purchase water from MWD, but it's only a small percentage. Staff receive a lot of calls regarding these news broadcasts, and we assured our residents that the rules did not apply to Glendora residents, but they were still required to comply with the 3 days of watering per week regulation. Residents were extremely happy that council has given them 3 days of watering compared to surrounding cities that only allow watering once per week. Also, on the right picture, our very own Mayor Pro Tem, Gary Boyer, made an appearance on social media with a PSA video urging residents to help us reach our 20% reduction goals. So thank you very much for that. Next slide, please. Our message board. So many of you have probably seen the boards all over the city. They were placed in multiple locations over the past 30 months. Those signs were relocated to different areas of the city to spread the word on the regulations, thanking residents for converting or for reducing and their conservation numbers and showing our current basin numbers. The message boards were on a temporary lease and the lease now expired. We did have 4 signs at one point, and unfortunately we did have a casualty with one of the signs was on Gladstone was hit and was completely destroyed. So we had to say goodbye to that one. So staff feels that the message board were effective based on on our conservation reductions, and it created a lot of conversation through the community. So we did get a lot of calls from residents asking exactly what these numbers were. So at least it started that conversation with the residents. Next slide, please. Is San Dimas Wash Trail Workshop. Do apologize, there is a little typo there. Staff participated in a workshop hosted by the Transportation Division and Active SGV at the Gladstone Park. Turf retirement program was promoted at this event. And we also handed out literature and helpful tips on how to conserve water. Next slide, please. National Night Out. Staff was invited to attend the police department's National Night Out / open house. And we interacted with our residents, handing out new conservation related giveaways. And we also played our, can you guess how many gallons of water it takes to make a cheeseburger? So those who were there, you probably saw the gigantic cheeseburger. So that was really fun and something new that we haven't done in the past before. Next slide, please. And then for flashback, staff was once again invited to go to the annual flashback car show, where we interacted with the residents, and we created another new game that we've never done before. Is how much water does it take to maintain a 1 square foot of grass? So by the end of the night, I think so many people were talking to each other that everyone knew the exact number, but at least the word spread that fast. Next slide, please. School outreach. So staff contacted all the schools within Glendora city limits to promote our educational programs, which included class presentations, educating students where their water comes from, grant opportunities for teachers through regional water agencies, and field trips to Three Valleys Municipal Water District, and promoting our annual poster and slogan contest that you see here. The contest does end next week, and we cannot wait to see all the creative poster submissions. Next slide, please. Our rebate program. So as of September 1st, staff made a small modification to the rebate program. So staff previously added a safety requirement to the pool cover rebate requirements that must be an ASTM F1346 compliant to qualify. So basically what that is a much thicker pool cover that goes on top that's able to handle a human being walking on top of it. Based on feedback from residents and staff research, this type of pool cover is extremely expensive. And it's really difficult to find as well. It does have to be shipped across the country just for that. Some of them could cost up to $2,000. So they're super expensive. So based on our current goals of trying to reduce water consumption, staff decided to remove this requirement just so we can still promote those residents that do have regular pools, who do already have safety requirements in place at their properties, and kind of make them have the decision if they're going to put one or not. So we did remove that qualification from there, and we are starting to see more residents wanting to install them again. Next slide, please. Our city comparison figures. So our comparisons are for 2020 to 2022. So these are the figures that are reported to the state on a monthly basis. So as you can see on this chart, the earlier part of 2022 was a little rough. But with staff heavily promoting our conservation programs and outreach messages, we are seeing significant reductions already. In the month of September, we surpassed our 20% reduction goal. We had a 22.06 reduction. Year to date, we have a 6.37% reduction. Staff recently completed the comparison figures for the month of October, not shown on this chart. And once again, we have surpassed the 20% reduction. We had a 23.36 reduction, which brings up a total of 8.37 reduction for this year. So the state is looking for a full 2020 or 20% reduction for the entire year, but we're seeing that progress getting there. I know we only have a couple months left for the year, but as long as there is reductions, that's what they're looking for. Next slide, please. Rain comparisons. This chart is showing the rain differences compared to 2020 to 22. Despite receiving 60% less rain compared to 2020, we're still seeing reductions, as shows that the residents of Glendora are listening to our messages and taking this drought seriously by doing their part to cut back and conserve. And for those of you that are curious about the rains in the past couple of days, we have received 2.5 inches so far. There's previous year that we got that in 1 year. So. Okay, with the city parks and facilities, staff has also been working digitally to be cutting back and doing our part. So our year to date for reduction is 36.4 water reduction. And we are still seeing those numbers go down. So the city is definitely doing their part as well to contribute towards those reductions. Next slide, please. Our upcoming event, unfortunately, it's the end of the year, and our next event won't be till Earth Day 2023. Next slide, please. So our updates on city conservation plan. So MWD Demo Garden, the Turf Mobile Program, SoCal Gas Partnership, and St. Lucy's Priority High School Pilot Program. So the next couple of slides will explain each project individually. Next slide, please. So starting with the Metropolitan Turf Removal Program, staff is currently in the process of applying for a turf removal rebates made specifically for public agencies through Metropolitan Water District. So MWD recently increased their rebate as I believe last week from $3 up to $4. So staff knew that this number was going to increase, so we did purposely wait so we could get more additional funding. Staff is working on finishing the plans for the demo garden, and that would be located at the transportation center on the southwest corner of Dalton and Pasadena, and also on the northeast corner of Mount View and Cullen, adjacent to the church parking lot. Right, next slide, please. Our SoCal Gas collaboration, staff is currently finalizing an MOU agreement with SoCal Gas. The collaboration will assist our residents with indoor and outdoor energy and water efficiency upgrades such as shower heads, faucets, toilets, and irrigation controllers. The best part of this collaboration is that this will assist residents that have been wanting to upgrade their outdated devices and do not have to basically do anything. They will do everything for you. They will do everything from purchasing to the installation. So in the past, we've had residents that were interested in the program, but unfortunately did not have the means to hire a plumber to do the installation. So SoCal Gas will do all of that for them. Our St. Lucy's Prairie High School program. So we installed 13 3.5 plus gallons per flush toilets. They were converted to 1.2 gallons per flush. We installed 5 1.6 gallons per flush toilets converted to 0.8 gallons per flush, and 3 to 5 gallons per flush urinal converted to 0.125 gallons per flush. So total estimated savings of 177,755 gallons per year. Staff has checked the school water consumption compared summer 2021 to summer 2022. They've already cut their consumption by half already just by installing this. So staff will continue to monitor their water usage now that school is in session. We want to see if those numbers hopefully stay the same. Next slide, please. And that concludes my presentation. Next slide. And the staff recommends that City Council award Waterwise Consulting Incorporated for professional services contract for a total of $210,623 until June 30th of 2024, with the option to extend the term up to a maximum of 5 additional one-year term, and authorize the city manager to sign the contract.
Thank you so very much for all that great information. Councilmember Alawas.
Very nice presentation, very thorough. Of the $2 million that we have budgeted for it, do you have any idea how much we've spent so far?
So far, we've allocated funding. Not all of it's been spent so far. So with our Turf Mobile program, we've probably done about 50,000 so far. But with everything, all the projects being allocated, we are at like 200,000 that we've already allocated just for turf removal. That's not counting purchasing giveaways for our programs for school district, for the school presentations, but everything's, assuming that those residents are completing their projects, we're so far right now, we're about $70,000 that we spent so far.
Right? Do we have any idea if we're going to be changing the number of water days you can water?
Currently, right now, no, everything is, that's based by the amount of how much water we are actually not pulling from our wells. So we have not looked into see if we're going to go into the next step, but for now, we're staying with the 3 days per week.
Last question, there are no requirements to purchase any of these water saving devices from the city of Glendora? Not the city, but businesses within Glendora?
There is, not all of them. We did speak to Home Depot, especially with the 1.1 gallons per flush toilets. They are not very popular, so they tend not to actually keep them in stock all the time. Even though we told them, we've had conversations with them, but they're not actually budging. We did speak to Ace Hardware Store again, but they're very specific on certain brands that they carry.
Are they helping us market this at all?
We do provide flyers. Their marketing, I have not physically seen it on any other products.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Thompson.
Thank you. Very, very good report. Great that the rains have contributed what you said that they did. And lastly, I'm happy that Waterwise is a company based here in town. Great that we could use them, and thankful that they're here. So keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Friedel.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, sir. Great report. I was encouraged to learn that this is not replacing existing programs, but rather enhancing the great work you're already doing to expedite successes. So great job and good choice. So thank you very much.
Mayor Pro Tem.
No, great presentation, but I wanted to follow up on Michael's question. We talked about Home Depot or Mission Hardware in particular, an ability to help us market these programs. Has there been conversations with them, especially at Ace Hardware, to put flyers and things in the stores?
We have, especially with Home Depot, because they're our biggest supplier in town. Unfortunately, they go through so many managers, and the turnaround for managers are so fast that by the time the next one comes in, they're not following through. That's the issue that we've been having for past couple of years, actually.
Oh, okay. But Mission Hardware is.
We haven't specifically asked them to put flyers or promote it. We do take applications to them so they can hand them out. But it's up to them to kind of promote their products. But again, they're very specific on the type of toilets that they release and our rebate that we have for the city. The rebate has to be 1.1 gallons per flush, and the toilets that they're selling are 1.28 gallons per flush, which is actually the state standard. So in the past, for a good 15 years, we did have that rebate available, but we figured out that it was so saturated that everyone was just buying toilets for the sake of buying toilets because they were doing remodels. They were just replacing a 1.28 with a 1.28. So we decided to change things up, but unfortunately, ACE does not also carry that 1.1 gallons per flush. And they're not as popular. It is a fairly new toilet, so some people are not very confident that it's going to do its job. So I think that's the hesitance.
Oh, okay, appreciate it. Thanks.
All right, if there are no further questions, then I will entertain a motion.
Move item 19.
Second.
Thank you. That's a motion by Councilmember Alawas, second by Councilmember Thompson. I'll take a roll call vote. Councilmember Alawas,
Yes.
Councilmember Friedendahl,
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyer,
Yes.
and Mayor Davis.
Yes.
That passes 5-0. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you again for your report and all that great information. Brings us to member and staff closing comments. Mr. Alawas.
Yes, I'd like to wish everybody a happy and healthy and safe Thanksgiving and keep politics out of your discussion at home. Thank you.
Councilmember Thompson.
Well, I would echo that, and let's pause and give thanks for the city we have, the country that we have, and even the rain that we've gotten. And I would echo the previous words that Gary spoke about with a change of tone, and I hope that that can start to happen here, and that would be great. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Friedendahl.
No comments. Thank you.
Mr. Boyer.
Oh, nothing else. Thank you.
Adam.
Special day in the Raymond household. It's a birthday for my daughter and my dad, so they share a special day. So happy birthday to both of them, and looking forward to celebrating them this weekend.
Okay, Mr. Weiner. Anyone back there? Any department heads? Okay, well, with that, again, not only on November 11th, but every day we give thank you to our veterans. Happy Thanksgiving to everyone. And I would like to adjourn the meeting tonight in memory of Chief Ben Lowry. And we are adjourned at 9 p.m.